So, oh boy, it is an exciting moment in Blades in the Dark Rare Imports. So you guys are in the middle of a job. You are on a score where you are disrupting canal patrols by capturing a fugitive, or rather a prisoner. A rather important prisoner who is kind of the leader of a rebellious faction against the Empire. You opted for an assault on the patrol boat carrying the fugitive, and boy, has that led to quite a series of events. I think at this moment, Ogre is on board the patrol boat. You guys have your own boat, having traveled through a ghostly canal that isn't supposed to exist anymore. And you, Ogre is on board the enemy boat and has been shot. And I think almost got clubbed.
Yes, but he was able to resist that. So all he's got is a cracked collarbone, level 2 harm.
And probably plenty of stress, although there were a lot of 6s rolled, so yeah. Maybe not.
No, he's on the verge of getting another trauma.
Now, Suri, you're in the boat. Somebody was disarmed, and their pike went flying, and that's lying next to you in the boat. And this police officer, this blue coat, is coming for it. Isn't that right? Suri? Did we lose Kate?
Sorry, I had to drop out and jump back in again real quick.
Okay.
My Discord was frozen.
Okay. I'll repeat what I said. Suri, I think you were in the boat, and a kind of a finely crafted pike had just landed next to you after the blue coat carrying it was disarmed, and he's trying to get over there and get it.
Yes.
So there's this long, steel-tipped spear or pike that is in the boat with you. Dredge attempted to blow up the blue coat's engine with lightning. However, that didn't work out. And he instead just filled the canal with this arcing lightning that's flashing everywhere. And the fog he laid down, the thick fog he laid down to protect you guys from prying eyes along the banks and on the bridge, is starting to lift a bit. Is there any other major situation that we need to be clear on? I think Ogre sank to his knees after getting shot and kind of to get almost clubbed, to dodge the clubbing. I think all the blue coats... Oh, did one get in the boat with you, Suri?
I don't think there was anyone in the boat with me.
He was just preparing to jump over?
Yeah, I don't think he had actually made it over yet.
Got that.
I was kind of deliberately staying away from the combat zone, so I don't think that I had actually gotten into combat yet.
Okay. And there's the prisoner, of course, in the blue coat patrol boat as well. He is kind of chained up and muffled and shrouded in this very large, oversized blue coat and hat pulled over his face. Now remind me, what's your plan? What are you going to do with this guy once you nab him?
We were just kind of going to let him go, I think.
And it basically expecting that the escape of such a high-profile prisoner would disrupt the Bluecoats and take their focus for long enough to allow the Foghounds to do whatever they want to do.
Yes.
Excellent.
And also the fact that they would be upset with the Spirit Wardens for doing it, since we are dressed up to look like...
Yes, that's the thing I forgot. I knew there was some important detail. You're all dressed up as Spirit Wardens, and you've been shouting stuff, like, you know, you're under arrest and such, before just laying into them with your crazy bow staff. We need a better name. I need you to come up with a better name for your bow, other than +2 bow staff. Okay. That shoots out of it with a button, you know. Extending bow staff, something cool, something cooler than that. Okay. All right. So, according to these clocks, if I'm not mistaken, Senior Officer Delmore has had one pistol knocked out of his hand, but still hangs on to the other one, and it's pouring out black smoke from the end of it.
Well, if I remember correctly, it was a case of, like, I did manage to knock him out. That's what that last one, or that
oh,
last
yes.
one was. But as I was going in for that blow, he did get to shoot me. Because I rolled a 5, I think. Yeah, I rolled a 5 on that last skirmish.
So you clocked him good and knocked him out. Without killing him, you hope.
Yeah.
But, yes, okay. So there's still 2 armed Bluecoats, and the shot rang out, and you're hearing some commotion from the high stone-walled banks on either side, and on the bridge that you might be passing underneath. At this point, no one's manning the rudder of the patrol boat, and it's just kind of going in a circle, like put, 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 put. Can you guys see my camera, by the way? Are these hand motions coming through?
Yep.
Okay. So now, the one still in the boat with you, yeah, he just tried to club you, whiffed. What was he? Oh, yes, he pulled out his blackjack. So he's going to try to club you again, and the other one is jumping across to Suri's boat. And the boat with Suri and Dredge. And it looks like he means business. He's going to try to grab the pike and overpower you. Would either of you like to do anything?
Yes. So Ogre is just going to say...
Speaking with difficulty, probably, having just been shot.
Yeah. Yes. But despite the cracked collarbone, he's going to try to say to this guy in front of him, "Stand down. Release the prisoner into our custody. And we will be on our way."
Interesting. So are you trying to kind of play off getting shot in the chest as like,
yeah,
I'm
like this
too
is,
powerful to...
Yeah. This did not slow me down. I just knocked down your superior officer. If you keep going, I'll lay you out too. But if you give me what I want, we'll leave.
Okay. You're speaking to the guy who's about to blackjack you.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's going to be an action roll. I assume you're using command.
Yes. I'm not asking.
Right on. So this will be a desperate situation. And... oh, man. Well, at this point, I mean, it's chaotic. Things are insane. There's combat going down. Whew. I think it's going to be a limited effect.
Okay. And I'm assuming my cracked collarbone is still going to apply, because it's hard to be intimidating when you've just been shot.
Yes, you wouldn't be able to get your normal chesty booming. Well, you might be able to, but it's gonna hurt.
Right.
So definitely, I think that's applying a -1 dice penalty.
It is.
All right, and that's the first time anyone remembered. So you're definitely going to get a free tick on the heal clock after this action resolves.
All right.
And I include myself in anyone.
Yeah, so I would love to hear a devil's bargain.
Okay. The devil's bargain will be that the fog thins out completely.
You know what? I'll take it.
Okay.
If this works, we're wrapping up, so... that's a 4.
You might have... Suri could potentially have helped with this,
yeah.
but the roll was... the roll has been made.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Sorry.
I don't have a lot of... no, I'm sorry. I don't have a lot of stress, so I actually could have helped you pretty well.
You get a 4. The best possible result. My favorite result, that is.
I don't think those two are the same thing.
Indeed. Stand by just a moment. Let's see. Now, this is a desperate and limited situation. So... let's see. And you took the devil's bargain.
I did.
Okay. So you shout this out, turning your head, your voice ringing out over the canal. The guy who's raised his blackjack again to kind of take another swipe at you kind of hesitates. And kind of like is like, can I, what's your, right, yes, sir. He almost, like, he's clearly having second or third thoughts here. However, your loud shout, coupled with the gunshot of moments before, has certainly attracted the attention of people along the banks. And as the fog thins, they are looking down at you guys. Some normal citizens. There's a couple of officers positioned on the bridge, and one of them is pointing at you guys and shouting. That's sort of up here on the bridge, if you will. And you now see that another patrol boat has appeared up ahead on a sort of a side canal. It seems reinforcements are arriving. There's also one in the other direction. As you're looking back, Suri, you can also see behind you guys another 2 patrol boats. These also teeming with officers. Worst of all, someone from up on the banks. You don't get a clear look at them. It's among the mass of people. Sounds like a young man. Shouts out, "Oh, that's Rare Imports!"
Fuck.
What? Okay. This has a decent chance of taking me out of the mission, but we cannot have people shouting that this is Rare Import, so I'm going to resist that.
Okay. You did succeed, so that's interesting.
What kind of role would that be?
To quickly hide your face before people. Oh no, your face is masked.
We are still wearing the spirit warden masks.
Okay. So really, it's going to be resisting the fortune of somebody making trouble for you. Rather than hiding your face. This is going to be an insight.
Insight? Okay.
This is going to be insight.
Okay, that's my worst one. Here we go.
Oh
my god, I am still in it.
Oh man, what stress are you at?
8 out of 9.
Oh, man.
I had 2 stress available, and it just used up 1. So I am still here.
Woo! Riding the edge.
Oh, man. That was way too close.
So, the fog still clears. The reinforcements still arrive. But the plant in the crowd, placed there by enemies of your gang, does not get the chance to yell anything out, or it's so muffled no one hears it.
Okay. Well, this is still manageable.
Okay. So your command does work, but the effect is limited. He's not turning over the prisoner to you. He lowers the blackjack. And he's kind of looking at the various patrol boats. And he's like, right, we'll see how the other, we'll see how some of the senior officers feel this ought to be handled, or summit. And he's reaching for a set of handcuffs. Meanwhile, the other guy is kind of looking back and forth, and it's like, I'm getting my pike. And he jumps across, landing on the other boat. And he's looking at you warily, Suri, like he's ready. He has his own blackjack out, and he's ready to fight or grab it or whatever.
All right.
So the boat's rocking under the impact. Both boats, actually, because also the jump.
All right. So I'm going to take control of the situation. I'm going to put my hands up so that I look non-threatening, and I'm going to say, I'm just going to join my partner on the other boat.
He's like, what? On our boat?
Yes.
He looks very nonplussed to see this masked, uniformed figure with a beautiful feminine voice suddenly surrendering. Or not surrendering, but being non-threatening, considering everything that's going on. But he kind of dubiously bends over, kind of warily, to pick up the pike.
Okay, so I'm going to jump over onto the other boat. And I'm going to bend over and look like I'm, or I don't know.
The guy on there is like, raises his blackjack and is like, hang on a minute. You see my friends have arrived. And the patrol boats that either kind of pincering you are sweeping in closer.
I say, that's very inspiring, but I just want to see how badly my companion has been shot. So I don't know if Ogre is still standing or not, but I'm going to go over to him and I'm going to look like I'm like checking out his wound. But I'm going to tell him, get onto our other boat. I'm going to bring the 2 men over here and knock them out. Do you think you're capable of carrying a prisoner, or shall I get him?
I'll just give you a quick nod.
All right. Okay. In that case, I'm going to do 2 things.
Okay.
I turn around and to the guy who's still on the boat with us, I say, I don't want. I'm just going to pull an envelope out of my coat. I'm going to show you the arrest warrant that we have for this man, which I think you will see once you see the signature on it supersedes your own order.
He shrugs.
Okay.
Not my call. The boats will be here in a minute.
All right. I say I'd still like to get it out and at least show you what exactly it is we're talking about.
He shrugs again.
So I'm going to pull out the documents that I forged in advance before we came on this mission. And they're not very good, but I didn't really expect to convince anybody with them. But they have, a fake, like, very fancy looking, seal on them, and they have the name of the prisoner and stuff, and I pull them out and I hand them to him with my right hand. With my left hand, I pull out the trance powder that I brought with me, and I throw it in his face.
Interesting. I'm going to... Yeah, it's time for an action roll.
All right. I think that this is finesse.
Finesse.
It's not... I'm not really... I'm trying to, like, sleight of hand, basically.
Sounds about right.
I can see that. You're definitely misdirecting. Get him to pay attention to your right hand. And
yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
Since this can go south and everybody's tense, this is a desperate roll.
Cool.
The effect of trance powder will be standard.
Okay. Can I have a devil's bargain?
You can. Your devil's bargain will be that I will do a flashback for one of the bluecoats.
Oh, God. I don't know about that. You know what? I haven't taken any stress, so I'm just gonna push myself. Okay, that's a 5. That works.
Okay.
Glad you pushed yourself.
Yeah.
A 4 and a 5, the most interesting possible result. So, you reach out with the letter. You hurl the trance powder into his face. Ugh! He raises his blackjack, weaves and bobs a bit. And there is a terrible consequence. As you watch him kind of rocking back and forth unsteadily and then collapse, you hear behind you, "Motherfucker!" as the one who was on your boat stabs Suri in the back with the end of his finely crafted pike.
Oh, God.
Oh, jeez.
It punctures your fake armor. Well, I guess you get to decide whether you have real armor or not. It punctures into your back, stabbing you. Right in the middle of your back. You can feel the blade scraping and cutting into your ribs as he shoves it. He's a big, like all of these guys are kind of big, meaty dudes, and he just makes an awful sound that even Ogre can hear. A sound that means blood and probably rage. So you are taking a level 3 harm.
Oh my God.
Stabbed in the back.
Okay.
You
Great.
have the power to resist.
I'm going to try.
Okay. Should you choose to resist, it will be a prowess resistance.
Also, don't forget that if you've got the extra load, you can use armor to mitigate.
I have exactly enough load to do that if I want to.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to resist.
Okay.
You can do both as well. Like, you can bring it down further. So. Nice.
Okay. Perfect.
Wow. Only one stress. You turn to the side, and instead the blade just scrapes across one of your ribs. It doesn't get, it doesn't bury 6 inches of cold steel into your back. It just scrapes across, opening up this nasty long wound, but not nearly as life-threatening as it would have been had you not turned at the last second. Of course, you might also have armor that you want to apply.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and use my arm.
Okay, so that takes it down to just a level 1 harm.
Now, I already have 2 level 1 harm slots filled. What do I do?
Oh,
then it's going to be a level 2.
Yeah, it's level 2, so.
Then I won't even bother with the armor.
Yeah.
Right on.
Alright, well, that is bad. But, okay. Then in that case, I am going to draw my pistol and shoot him in the face.
Okay. So Ogre is still recovering in the
I think at this point Ogre is moving towards the prisoner.
Okay, so Ogre, you heave yourself up while she's doing this, and you move toward the prisoner, who's kind of like trying to twist around to like look under like where the big policeman's cap is pulled low over his face. Yeah, I think Suri's making a roll. This is probably going to be skirmish.
Okay, Devil's...
or hunt, or something similar. Sorry, what?
No, it's probably skirmish. What do I, can I get the details on the roll?
Absolutely. Well, you're in reach of his pike, and the other guy just went down. This is absolutely a desperate situation. The effect, as the patrol boats come closing in, the effect will be standard.
And a devil's bargain?
A devil's bargain. as you pull out your pistol. The devil's bargain will be that Dredge is going to try to help. Which could involve a literal devil's bargain.
I'll take it.
All right. Oh, that only gave you one die?
Yeah, I don't have any dice in Storm.
Okay.
Oh, no.
You could have gotten an assist as well.
No.
No, I couldn't have, because
Sorry.
he's got only one stress.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. So, that is a fail. And this was desperate. Oh boy. You are quick with your fingers, but this guy is a trained fighter, and he is pretty proficient with his pike, and he is, as he's stabbing out with it, you are pulling up your pistol. The shot flies wide. There's another loud boom as the sound cracks across the canal. The pistol bullet goes flying off into the dark as you now get stabbed by the pike. So this is going to be a failure. Oh boy. Yikes. You just got stabbed in the heart.
Oh no.
Which is fatal. But you can resist it.
I will attempt to resist it. Another 5.
Not too much stress. However, that's going to lower it to... Actually... So yeah, his aim was low. So you're going to take a level 3 harm, stabbed in the stomach. Unless you apply armor, unless you don't have any load left after the pistol.
No, I have load. I had already brought the pistol.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll use armor in this one.
Okay. So that will take it down to a level 2 harm. Stabbed in the side. Nasty. While that insanity is going on, bang, stab, another awful sound of blood spurting from an open wound, and a blade ripping through flesh. What are you doing, Ogre?
Well, I was heading towards the prisoner, but hearing another shot ring out and another stab, Ogre is definitely filled with rage, and he's going to be going after this guardsman.
Okay.
So he's gonna go in bow staff swinging, and he's aiming for the head.
He's gonna go in bow staff swinging and aim for the head. Okay. Now he has a bit more reach than you do.
Mm-hmm.
So he can actually stand out of reach unless you are trying to leap across again. Back to the other boat.
Wait, what? Because I thought he was on the same boat with us.
No. This is the guy on your boat.
I thought he jumped back to get his pike.
He's standing on the boat you guys took here. You're on the policeman's patrol boat, and you are the only conscious people on it.
Okay, I'm just confused because you said he went back to pick up his pike. So I thought that was you saying that he was on.
I possibly used the wrong word by saying back.
Okay.
He stabbed her in the back. But that's
right.
Because he was on the other boat and she was facing.
Okay.
She was throwing the powder into the face of the guy on your boat, who is now unconscious.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
You knocked out Officer Dunville.
Right.
And Officer Penderin is the one who leapt onto the boat that you guys actually took. He's on the boat with, oh yes, that's right, Dredge. Dredge now has a ghost. Which is going to be a two-edged sword.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Actually,
you know
yeah, that was the devil's bargain she took.
Mm-hmm.
So, Dredge is trying to kind of control this ghost and keep it from frightening you guys. And the guy with the pike is now getting distracted by that. And he's just like shouting like, what? And all the name of the mortal emperor. And he's like staring open-mouthed at this smoky, whitish figure that's hovering above the boat.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to use the little bit of time that may buy us, and I'm going to grab the prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said that he's chained. Is he chained to the boat? Or is he just like in chains? Is it just like his hands and feet are bound?
He's not manacled to the boat.
Okay.
He just has it's called a hobble.
Right. Okay. Then yeah, so I'm just going to pick him up, and it definitely sucks because I've got a cracked collarbone. But I'm going to pick him up, and then with him I'm going to jump over to our boat while the guardsman is distracted by the ghost.
If you do that, you will have to get closer to the ghost, which Dredge is controlling right now, and that could have consequences for you. It does occur to you that you could take this boat.
Yeah. That's true. Actually, yeah, you're right. 'Cause I could still take this boat with the, or through the...
Everyone's unconscious on it except for the two of you and the prisoner. Also, I should mention Dredge summoning the ghost is going to induce heat.
Right. That makes sense.
And also Suri, since you're back, that was the devil's bargain result. Is that Dredge summoned a ghost? It's distracting the guy with the pike, but also people along the banks are watching this craziness going down, and the other officers who are rushing in. Actually, they're about to arrive on the scene, and it's going to generate heat.
Okay. Yeah, so with them being on the scene, we can't waste any more time. So I'm going to take this boat around, and I'm going to have it go, or I'm going to take it through the ghost passage that we use to get to this area, so that the other guards will not be able to follow us.
Okay, so you're going to grab the helm and attempt to maneuver the boat around back into the ghost passage to just vanish before the reinforcements can get on you.
Yeah.
Okay. This will be an action roll.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Okay. So are you using finesse?
I hate to, but I don't think there's anything else that's even remotely applicable. I mean, I guess I could try attune for like getting through the ghost echo.
Interesting.
If you think finesse is more appropriate.
Well, it's not entirely my call. I will say that there will be different consequences based on the type of action you choose.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to use attune to basically put more emphasis on the, phasing out of this or this existence and phasing into the ghost plane.
Interesting. So you're going to reach out with your mind. You kind of enter that eerie but peaceful place of ever-shifting energy, and you are trying to find an old passage that's not going to require you to do much steering, but just basically gun the engine forward and just vanish from the canal as the enemy boats come closing in without you really having to do much of anything. Interesting.
And I will also say that you say that it's eerie but calm, but I've still got a harm of a nightmare hold.
Oh,
so
boy.
I don't think it's that calm.
It hurts that part of your mind. Is that, what level of harm is that?
Level 1.
Okay, and what does level 1 do?
Less effect.
Less effect. Oof. Okay. So after this, you'll get another tick on the heal clock. But it hurts that part of your mind that was tested and harmed before when you crossed the dark bridge across nothingness. Which you are attempting to do now and make it more convenient for you. Reaching back in time maybe before there even were canals, and this was just an open river. So, as the stones turn to mist before your eyes, go ahead and make your action roll of attune. The position here. The position here will be risky.
Okay.
And unfortunately, the effect, because your mind is hurt, instead of standard, it will be limited.
Okay.
And, of course, there could be more adjustments to either of those.
Suri, are you able to assist at all?
Oh, yes, of course I can.
Okay. That would be very helpful.
Suri, do you have a level 3 harm?
No, I only have a level 2.
Okay. So you throw your mind into it as well.
I hate to ask, but Devil's Bargain?
Devil's Bargain. The Devil's Bargain will be that... The Devil's Bargain will be that Dredge gets left behind.
Fuck you, Matt, I guess.
Well, you say that, but do you really think that Dredge would hold up to questioning from the Bluecoats?
Do you really think that Dredge could answer any question that they posed him in any way that would give them any use? I think he would immediately crack and be completely useless.
He would certainly give up the ruse that it was the Spirit Wardens that did this, and that's still one of our main points.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright, I don't think I can take that.
Okay.
But I also can't push myself. So you said risky and limited because of the harm?
That's right.
Okay. This may be a bad move, but I'm going to trade position for effect, so I'm going to go to Desperate and Standard.
Okay. Interesting.
And that's 5. Because
Most
apparently
interesting.
the 6s have deserted us.
The most interesting possible result. Excellent. Okay. At the last second, Dredge jumps across and joins your boat. However, in so doing, his attention drops for the briefest of seconds, and the ghost And unfortunately, that will make you guys freeze up. Unless you resist it. Or lose your senses and jump out of the boat. However, you slip into the canal that no longer exists. A passageway through the stone that is now there, and into a place that you shouldn't be able to be. The water here is not like water. Like the canal water, like the void sea, it seems to contain stars deep down within it. And the walls are hazy and indistinct. The sounds of the shouting bluecoats, "Get back here!" are muffled, distant. You're in another place. You will have to decide whether you want to freeze up as the ghost chases you, jump out, or resist and take the stress.
I will resist.
Okay. This is resolve.
Ogre's gotta freeze.
Okay.
Oh no.
So you take 4 stress.
Oh,
Ouch.
No.
Yeah, Ogre knows what's up.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Well, Surrey, welcome to the traumatized club.
You know, I was starting to feel left out. I was the only one without a trauma.
How much over were you?
1.
Oh man. That's brutal.
Yeah.
You only needed to get better than a 2. Wow. So that means you are actually taken out.
Yeah.
Oh man. What kind of trauma are you going to have?
A traumatizing one. I mean, I've been stabbed twice and electrocuted on this mission, so I think it was really time.
Yeah, this was a hell of a mission for you to get your trauma.
Suri has a breakdown. Ogre is frozen with fear from the ghost. Dredge has to take over.
God help us all.
For a short time, you guys are lost, navigating in the pitch darkness in a place that should not exist, before you finally re-enter the present world. Dredge won't have too much trouble getting that ghost to leave you alone. However, it's quite an adventure, or a way to close the adventure. You guys come to your senses. Back at the lair. All right for now. And discover that Dredge, having been left alone in all of that, has gone off to do some of his own research and kind of grapple with whatever he saw in that long journey alone in the dark, with almost all of you unconscious. Except for the chained-up prisoner, whom I suppose you let go.
Yeah, that was the plan.
That was the plan.
Okay. Well then. Whew! That was one heck of an ending to the score. Let's do the payoff.
Yeah. That was insane.
Yeah, gee whiz.
Sir,
Okay.
Next time I recommend that we do an assault mission, please just slap me.
Okay, you did decide, you did pick an armed prisoner X-transfer to do the assault mission on.
I'm aware.
And not just any prisoner transfer, but an actual rebel against the Imperium. Just saying.
I am well aware. That doesn't change the fact that things went unbelievably sideways.
Oh, they sure did. Oh man, that was intense. Okay, so you guys do misdirect to the Spirit Wardens. At least there's plenty of confusion on that point. But you also are going to gain one hell of a reputation in the underworld for this job. You guys are tier 1. You just took on the Bluecoats. They are tier 3. So you will get 4 rep. You find, okay, here's a question. Okay, I assume you guys want to, well, actually, here's a question. What do you, before I give you your coin, what do you guys want to do with the unconscious Bluecoats you have taken off with? When you get back to the lair, and Dredge is like, I need to go do some research, and you wonder how long you were traveling in the dark. What are you guys going to do with those two? And we can also roleplay with the, we can also roleplay that, or with the prisoner, Ventress Keel.
Okay. Yeah, Ogre's just going to, or he's just going to say, regarding the Bluecoats, I say we relieve them of their weapons and their coin and put them somewhere far away from here. Probably somewhere underground so that they have a hard time figuring out where they came from.
That makes sense to me.
Okay. So upon searching them, you find a number of papers, also their badges. These papers include information on Ventress Keel, transfer papers, information about the patrols. All of this is extremely valuable and can fetch a high price to the right buyers. And, as luck would have it, you have a dedicated fence.
Yes, we do. And so, yeah, I definitely say that we take all of that stuff. That's going to be very useful and not at all useful to them at this point.
Who is your fence?
Our fence's name is Vupant Dunville.
Mm-hmm. Normally specializes in magical stuff, but can definitely help you out with these papers and badges and other things that the Bluecoats do not want other organizations to have hold of. So, you guys get 10 coin.
Woo!
Well, gee.
Are you going to pay the tithe to the crime boss in the area?
Absolutely. 100%. We are not pissing anybody off right now.
So that's 2 coin, correct?
1 coin.
Oh, 1 coin.
Oh, did you have a separate deal with Bajobaz?
We did not.
No, I don't think so. Okay.
So, Surrey, 3 coin for you, 3 coin for me, 3 coin for the, for the crew.
Works for me.
Okay. Now for heat. Things went way sideways. It got loud. You definitely redirect a lot of you're going to make a problem for the spirit wardens, but you're not going to fool everybody.
Sure.
And there's a lot of hollering for blood. Besides, the spirit wardens know that they didn't do this. So you're going to get, and now also Dredge summoned a ghost.
Right.
On top of that, which definitely was, and then there was the lightning. Holy crap. You are going to get 5 heat.
Oof. Okay.
What's that put you at?
2 away from being wanted. Again.
And then, yeah, you're actually going to get +1 because that's a high-profile target.
Okay.
But you don't get the +2 because you didn't kill anybody.
Thank God.
All right. We'll do entanglements later in a minute. Suri.
Yes.
What trauma have you gained?
Well, I've never done this before, so
There's a sort of a list of standard ones. You know, you can make up your own if it seems more appropriate. But it kind of gives you some direction. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, you can actually see it right next to the stress track, the trauma track on your character sheet.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, you'll see, like, cold, haunted, obsessed, paranoid.
Ah, yes. Whoops.
You do also clear out your stress track completely.
Right.
But for every downtime after this one, if you don't spend at least 1 downtime action satisfying your vice, you'll gain 1 stress.
Wow, yikes.
Because you're traumatized.
Yep. You get 1 stress for every level of trauma that you've got.
Well, man. It was resisting the ghost that did this to you. You might get paranoid.
Yeah.
You might think people are out to get you.
They are.
Or ghosts are. Of course, haunted would make sense for that as well.
Yeah, I think that Sori has kind of been building up to being haunted for a while.
Okay.
I mean, she kind of was even haunted for a little bit. Just, not like trauma haunted, just normal haunted.
That's true.
True.
So how will that manifest for her?
Well, so Sori is feeling she feels very guilty over how everything that went badly on this mission. And especially over the fact that she was too distracted with her subterfuge to properly assist Dredge with with monitoring the ghost, because that's something that she has put a lot of time into, and so she, I think that she becomes a little bit. She feels like she's constantly replaying the interaction with the ghost in her head, and she was sort of frozen in fear. She was very much like listening to the babbling of the ghost and constantly trying to come up with what she could have said to make the ghost not go insane, because that's something that she's very vested in.
Interesting. Yeah, that's one of the suggested things for haunted. You're often lost in reverie, reliving past horrors, seeing things.
Yeah. So that's kind of the form that it takes for her.
Interesting. So of course, if if it only slightly affects you, then it's just part of your character. If you let it, complicate your character's life, you'll earn XP for it.
Right.
Wow. That's a big deal. Sori is now haunted.
Trauma.
Reliving past horrors. It probably forced her to relive, in that moment, some of her dark past as well.
Yeah, probably.
Running, fleeing danger, and those who would kind of lock her up and harm her.
Indeed.
Okay. Wow. It's a big deal. All right. It's time for downtime. Now, I'll let you guys roll for entanglement at any point as a consequence of this score. So you can take some downtime actions first if you want, or we can do it now, whatever you want to do.
Well, I have to run up and check on the baby and take another migraine pill real quick. So
maybe Ogre should do a downtime action?
Yeah, if he wants to do a downtime action.
Okay.
I'll be back and just... she's not crying, I just heard a hoot, and I want to make sure she's okay. And that
All
she
right.
actually asleep and isn't being weird up there.
Got it. Ogre.
Well, the first thing the ogre's going to do probably is he's going to go see Blend, because he got shot, and being shot sucks.
Right. So Blend, your friend, your healer friend, is kind of doing their own thing. But will certainly come up with a weird thing involving magnets to pull the pistol ball out of your chest. That should be fun. So you get bonus dice for this, don't you?
Yes, so it would be his tinker plus 2 dice. 1 for him being a physiker and 1 for me being vigorous.
Okay.
Alright, that's
highest
a 5.
roll is a 5.
So that's 2 ticks on the healing track.
Think so.
So my nightmare hold is gone, and my cracked collarbone is now a level 1 harm.
Nice. So you still feel it. You know, a certain tightness in the chest area, but it's not going to... Well, it's going to give you less effect.
Yeah.
Not ideal as a fighter. Welcome back, Suri. Ogre just got his healing track filled real quick. So now, yeah. When do you guys want to do... At what point do you want to roll for entanglement?
We should roll for entanglements soon. I think just so we do... Well, I don't know if I... Yeah, we should roll earlier rather than later.
Why don't you do one of your downtime actions, just so, like, if you need to get some healing done or something like that before whatever else happens.
Yeah, I definitely need to work on... I need to get some healing done.
Alright, well, since you guys just got a huge pile of coin, I need to adjust the coin on the table.
So, it's worth noting, all of Ogre's coin went into his stash.
Well, fine.
I mean, I always like seeing more money on the table, but...
Okay. You just pulled a big job, so there you go. Okay. So you're gonna do a downtime action? Sorry?
Yeah, I'm going to seek out some healing.
Okay, so Blend can help you out.
Which is another thing I've never had to do before.
Wow. You've been stabbed by a pike, and it bites.
Yeah, I took 3 harm on the last mission, so I'm in pain.
Blend offers a number of foul-smelling poultices and salves for you to put on those injuries, and will wrap you in only slightly dirty bandages. I think you get Blend's score, and are there any other bonuses?
+1 for him being a physiker.
Right. Okay. Is that what you want to do, sorry?
Yes, please.
Okay, so your first free downtime action. I got a 4, so that gives you 3 ticks.
Nice.
No, it's 2 ticks.
Sorry, 2 ticks. 2 ticks.
All right, well, that fills my clock, so I guess I get rid of pinched psyche.
All of your harms go down by 1 level.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
Although, did you reset your clock when you took those harms? That's what you're supposed to do.
No, I didn't. So thank you. So all right, never mind that.
But did you apply for our, house rule?
What?
Remember our house rule where if you apply the effects of the harm, the mechanical effects, if you remember to use the harm, then you get 1 free tick on the heal clock. I don't remember if you actually did anything with your harms.
No, I never did anything with my harms. I don't know if it ever super applied. I mean, I don't know how electrocuted would have. I don't know.
Well, it's an injury.
That's true. All right. Well, anyway, I still don't have enough for finishing up my healing clock. So, all right. I guess that's my first downtime.
Okay, it's your first downtime action. Would you guys like to roll for entanglements now, or do more downtime actions first?
I mean, I'm down to roll for entanglements, just, again, so we kind of know what we're dealing with.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Who's gonna roll?
Ogre will roll for this one.
What did we come up with to kind of figure out who has to roll? I don't remember.
I don't know that we really did.
Okay.
We mostly just use it to punish people.
Yeah.
Oh, good. That's a 5.
What's your heat level?
1 away from max.
Okay. I'm gonna say that's 6+, yeah.
Yeah, it's 8.
Hey, it's one of our favorite things.
Oh god, is Karashikal or whatever his name is, Karakal?
Karakon.
Karakon.
Demonic notice. Or maybe another demon gets involved. Oh man, it's gonna be another episode where Dredge is sad for having missed it.
I'm beginning to think Karakon only shows up when it's just Suri and I.
Karakon doesn't like Dredge for some reason.
Why would that be? Why would that be?
I don't know, he's so charming.
Okay. Stand by. Do you want to get in any other... Well, no, it's going to happen now. Just a second. Oh, man. Always try to get the right information, but... It's annoying. Okay, that's fine. I think I know how it's supposed to work. You guys are having healed or attempted to rest from several of your wounds. You are at the lair. The new lair. When a strange, distant sound tugs at your attention. It's like a far distant crackling of flame. And you feel like you're when you're very tired or just not or your mind has been affected by some kind of drug, you feel like you're in an altered state of consciousness. You've entered another place. And it's like you're seeing both the real world and this other place. You have little choice in the matter, although you can kind of try and wrest your attention away from it if you wish.
Okay, is that a resist?
If you want.
Ogre is not resisting.
No, I'm gonna pay attention to this.
Okay. A somewhat familiar voice rings through your consciousness.
Hello. It is I, your old friend, Caracan. Remember me?
I was beginning to think you didn't want to be our friend anymore after, our last conversation.
You feel the heat of his burning eyes boring into you. He adjusts his cuffs slightly. Bit of a dramatic transition there, but whatever.
I bear you no ill will. We had an arrangement. We concluded that arrangement.
Indeed.
Here we are. Again. Again. You have caught my interest.
And what is it this time?
Straight to business, then.
Unless you wish to continue exchanging pleasantries.
I wonder, given your recent adventures, if you would have renewed interest in this.
He pulls out that kind of beating heart that you might recall before. This sort of glass heart with liquid inside. And it's like a vial of liquid, but the glass is blown in the shape of a heart. Not like the stylized heart, but like
an actual heart.
Yeah, an actual heart with valves. And he holds it out.
Given the injuries your line of work tends to inflict, I wonder if you might be interested in taking this off my hands.
And what are you charging for it these days?
Charging? I wouldn't dream of charging you. Not after you've proven yourselves so thoroughly.
And how might we do that then?
I simply request that you accept this as a gift in addition to another gift. Two gifts for the price of nothing. A token of my high esteem.
I see.
Have you nothing to say, he who is driven by rage?
I've learned a great many things over the course of my life, but no lesson stands out so much as that there's no such thing as a free lunch.
I offer not lunch, but eyes, eyes like mine. And this elixir which will protect you from harm.
Ogre's just gonna look to Suri, see what she thinks.
I say, well, I would like to. I mean, I have a couple things that I think might be useful. I would like to use my ghost voice.
Okay.
To gain potency when communicating with the supernatural. And I will say to him, now, I think that perhaps, since we have been friends for so long at this point, we can forego some of the pretense in dealing with one another. I know that you are a man with a great deal of important threads that he is holding on to the end of, and I find it difficult to believe that you would come all this way just for the pleasure of giving me a present.
perhaps you would be willing to tell me a little bit more what you are thinking, so that we may deal plainly with one another, and so that I can agree to help you with my eyes wide open.
Okay. Sounds like you're trying to make this an action roll.
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm trying to...
Are you trying to get him to kind of let something slip, or are you merely asking for more information? You get what I'm saying? You get the difference?
Yeah, I guess I'm mostly just asking for more information.
Okay. Well, you mentioned that you were bringing in your special voice, so that's why I ask.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, like... He's trying to make it sound like he doesn't really want that much in return for this, and I don't believe him.
Right. Okay. Karakhan stares at you with those eyes.
Perhaps you would like to have the scalding eyes. Perhaps.
Sorry, the scalding what?
Eyes.
Okay.
Perhaps you would like to see.
I suppose.
See with eyes that burn away disguises and defenses. To see the weaknesses of your enemies with my scalding eyes. And heal your harm with this.
He's holding out the heart-shaped vial again. Or bottle. The elixir of healing.
Suri is going to hold out her hand, and she is going to say,
"It is only you and me talking here, which means that I don't want you to bother any of my friends about this unless they enter into their own bargain with you."
He turns his gaze toward Ogre. Questioningly.
Ogre will just say, "Speaking only for myself, I see well enough with just the one eye."
With the infused elixir, you could have your old eye back.
The loss of the eye was a hard lesson, and I wouldn't be who I am now without that lesson. I think I'd rather keep that than the eye. but the offer is appreciated.
It would seem not. Except by you, Suri.
At this point, I think I need to take whatever advantage I can get. I am used enough to having those who would lie and harm me on my tail. You will be only the latest in a long line.
Then it is done, Suri Jandahar. The rose of sunfall I grant unto you. The scalding eyes of Karakhan, and the heart of the demon. Enjoy your good health. We will speak again soon. In fact, sooner than you think.
I look forward to it.
I love you, Suri Jandahar.
He reaches out, plucks out his eyes with a little pop, and really, before you can react, puts them into yours. You feel this intense burning pressure. You feel fire. Ogre, you can actually see this red glow enter into her skin and kind of peel underneath it. Her veins glowing red hot under her flesh. Your eyes are literally on fire. Sorry.
Well, that's great.
Involuntarily screaming, you stumble back, holding your hands over your face. Ash coming out, and the fire's licking between your fingers. Are you doing anything, Ogre, when you see this thing happening?
I will try to support her, but I'm kind of operating under the assumption that if I do anything negative, he's going to intervene. So, for right now, I'm just basically trying to see if I can help her in any way.
Okay,
I'm not going after Karakhan.
Okay. Karakhan, when you look up, is vanished. That burning place, no longer visible. You splash water over Suri's eyes. It sizzles and steams.
Blend, get your ass over here.
Blend and Dredge are... we'll say they're out.
Yeah.
Because there's no way Dredge wouldn't have taken this deal.
100%.
1000%. He would have taken the deal before he even knew what it was. Oh, I get 2 gifts?
You roll back and forth. The fire's burning through the water, steaming it off. The intense pain is like nothing you've ever experienced. You can feel it, it just creeping through your head like a. There's no way to describe it, like a burning migraine, but fiery worms going through your bloodstream. It crawls with this sort of unnatural, reaching intelligence in through your body as the eyes fuse themselves into place, sizzling and burning your old eyes out of your skull.
Well then.
You become barely aware that you are clutching in one hand a physical object that was only in that metaphysical burning place. It is a sort of a, you can feel it, a bumpy glass bottle full of liquid.
I'm going to try and drink it.
You, screaming uncontrollably, you wrest the cap off, and you take a gulp of the Devil's Health elixir. It too burns, but in a different way as it runs over your tongue. It feels alive, springing forth. Almost, you can see as the reddish liquid touches her, it turns blue on her tongue. And now there's another glow, but this is like a blue glow, like the glowing fish that allow plants to grow in this lightless world. Ogre, you watch as the blue glow creeps up to where her veins are literally burning out of her face and quenches those fires. The smoking slows. Suri's eyes blink open. Only they're not Suri's eyes anymore. Where once her pretty, very feminine, large eyes were, there are a pair of yellowish, pale, owl-like eyes, round and unnerving. They give you a sort of a burning sensation on the when she looks at you, Ogre. Suri, the pain fades, although the heat still remains, especially whenever you blink. You can feel the burning on the back of your eyelids. As if there's these beams of heat projecting from your eyes. And you can feel someone else looking out through your eyes along with you. And perhaps it's that unnerving presence. But when you look at Ogre, you look at him and you see him as you have always seen him. But you see him not just his massive, muscular, one-eyed, with an eye patch figure, but you see also, as you kind of burn through, your gaze burns through that outward appearance, you see that Ogre, the way to get to him is through his lack of insight, his inability to empathize. He has a hard time seeing the truth of other people, and that could be used against him.
Interesting.
And you see that, like, it's weird. It's like you see a metaphysical aspect to him, as well as his physical appearance.
Well, I'm definitely not going to say anything about that.
You also see him involuntarily flinch when you look at him with those scalding eyes.
I hope they're worth it.
What? Don't I look pretty?
I need you to make a fortune roll. Sorry. Just one dice.
Two.
There are 2 gulps remaining in the bottle of Devil's Health Elixir.
I will make a note.
All right. Suri, as you're looking around, you are also noticing, every now and then, that other presence looking out through your eyes moves your gaze without you intending it. And you find your eyes lingering on some of the badges and papers from the Bluecoats that you haven't sold yet. And on the wall where some of Dredge's mad research has been scrawled. Every now and then, there'll be something that your gaze will focus on involuntarily. Or rather, other voluntarily, if you will.
Right.
So, you made a deal. You're haunted, and you guys each have a... oh yes, an ogre refused the deal.
Yep.
Worth noting as well. What's the worst that could happen? So what other... You each have a free downtime action left, and of course you can purchase more. Oh, there are still some payoff things we need to take care of. So, having made an arrangement as you were gathering information with a representative of the unseen, we are going to add a tick to the unseen confirm you as associates. this clock over here.
All right.
As you've continued to piss off the Bluecoats, we are going to add a tick mark to them.
Makes sense.
And the Foghounds are extremely pleased as over the next few days a manhunt is called. Now, did you guys want to interact at all with Mr. Keel before you released him, or did you just want to get him out of your business as quickly as possible? Ventress Keel, aka Sparrow.
I would want to review his file that we stole first, if possible. I don't necessarily need to spend an action on it, but just kind of skim it and definitely, you know, I mean, we have a powerful dude like sitting right here. We might as well try to like make friends or something.
I'm confused. Are you going to interact with him, or are you going to reveal the file?
Yes, I am.
You're going to do both.
Yeah.
She was just saying she wanted to review what information the Bluecoats had on him first.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really know very much about the person.
Okay. So there's a personality profile. It has his height and weight. It says that his personality is arrogant. And he's intense. They have a list of everything that he was, you know, his personal stuff. They mention heavy gloves. Some plans he was carrying. A fine pike. A set of blueprints. At first glance, it looks like a government building. And a set of demolition tools. It mentions that he, also in his personality profile, that he is obsessed with freedom and is a revolutionary. And he is mentioned as the leader of a group of revolutionaries. Although there isn't too much more information about that on these papers. There is information about he was arrested for a conspiracy against the Imperium, and specifically a plot involving the Ministry of Provisions, these blueprints, and the demolition tools.
Interesting. What race is he? Can I tell?
Severosi. That's also listed on the file.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, I guess we bring him back to our lair, and I make him comfortable, and offer him free use of Echo's wardrobe to change out his blue coat.
Okay.
Disguise.
Yeah, those are getting those are getting a little moth-eaten at this point, probably.
Well, I mean, by Echo's standards, but, you know, by your average criminal standards, they're still probably pretty nice.
Right on.
They're a hell of a lot nicer than a blue coat 2 sizes too big for him.
All right. Definitely.
And now that I've got these badass new eyeballs, I'm going to ask him if he would like to sit down and have a cup of tea with me before we release him and let him go on his way.
Okay. He stares at you intensely, if a bit unnerved by your scalding eyes.
And I say,
He
so
says,
it's a very wanted man in this town.
he says, I suppose that is true. What do you want with me? Why did you take me off of that boat?
My friend, we may be perhaps the only people in this entire city who want absolutely nothing to do with you. Not that we couldn't come to some kind of an arrangement, I'm sure. But the entire purpose of taking you off the boat was to prevent the Bluecoats from being elsewhere when they all rushed to the aid of their friends who we attacked.
So, I am a distraction to you.
I would prefer to think of it as having unusually good fortune that perhaps you would be willing to pass on to somebody else.
He nods, still staring at you, trying to meet your gaze, although he keeps turning away from it.
Do my eyes tell me anything interesting?
Sure. His weakness is most likely his biggest weaknesses would be a fear of being trapped and a frustration with those he thinks should be his allies.
Okay.
You feel the other presence taking note of these facts as well, through your gaze.
I say, you have no reason to worry, my friend. You may leave anytime you like. That being
Then
said,
I bid you good evening. He stands up.
straightforward and to the point, I see. Do you have any idea where you are or how to get out of here safely?
No. Are
Best
you
of-
going to tell me?
Not necessarily.
Are you a friend to the cause, or no? That is the only question that matters.
And what causes that?
Freedom.
I do like freedom.
My people were born to ride free in the Deathlands or out of it. But now, all of us, we are under the thumb of the Imperium, the Emperor that never dies. I will do anything to restore the freedom for us all. If you will help me, then good. If you will not, well, I ask only that you give me a fighting chance.
I too have a vested interest in seeing somebody else sitting on the throne of the Empire. Unfortunately, I don't know what exactly I can do to help you, but I hope you will consider me an ally.
You have saved me from Ironhook Prison.
A far worse fate than anything that I could possibly have visited on you, I'm sure.
Perhaps. Well then, you have an ally in me as well. Is that all you want?
There is a place below the city. You have a great deal of explosives, and a great deal more friends than I have. If you were to destroy it, I would consider any debt you may have incurred in your rescue repaid.
Interesting phrasing. You feel that he is a little defensive about that. He doesn't seem to like the idea of this, owing things system. Doesn't seem to match his sense of freedom. But he says, if it is below something the Imperium values, then maybe our interests will be aligned one day. If I manage to escape, maybe we can speak again?
Certainly. And I will, I'd like to give him a map, and I'd like to mark the location of the cult on the map, and tell him that the place beneath the surface is there, that I want him to destroy.
He looks at it, and looks at you. I will keep this. And he takes the map.
Alright, and in that case I will offer to take him through one of our spirit doors so that he can escape without incurring any notice.
Kenny just showed up on the Twitch chat. What's going on? Someone got eyeball surgery? Who wants to update Kenny?
Oh, just pretty typical session. I got some demon eyeballs that show me people's weaknesses now.
So
may or may not be possessed by Karakhan,
Yeah, typical results when it's just Ogre and Suri working together.
Yeah, it's just the two of us, so we're keeping things low key and not fucking everything up for everybody else.
She chose to accept 2 gifts from a powerful demon named Karakon. So she now wears his scalding eyes and has a bottle of Devil's Health Elixir. Which reminds me, any harms you have remaining after your healing, remove them.
All harms of any level?
Remove all harms after you take a gulp of the Devil's Health Elixir.
That sounds like something you might want to just use right now.
Well, I already used it.
Yes.
Oh, right.
It put out the fires of the demon's eyes.
I imagine eyeballs on fire was going to be another harm that I would have incurred if I hadn't drunk that.
There were burn marks, or would have been, around your face. But the scalding eyes, now that you've drunk a gulp of the elixir, no longer harm you, at least in any direct and obvious fashion.
All right. Well, I've done that. So do we... Oh, we've rolled entanglements, and that went fine. So I guess we have to do our other downtime actions?
Yes, and so do the NPCs. We're going to tick accosted by Spirit Wardens over arcane potion use, because you used the trance powder.
Yeah, that's definitely the worst arcane potion I've used today.
The Devil's Health Elixir may have something to do with that as well. I'm going to remove the Voghounds agree to table their ire for now if you disrupt the Bluecoat Canal patrols. We are going to remove the Foghounds Eliminate Rivals clock.
Hooray!
With 1 tick left. It has been cleared. You still have Lord Penderin wants you to find the spirit that belongs to a vial of blood for the Path of Echoes. So that's something to remember. We ticked the Bluecoats keep the peace. Let's see. Let's see.
Oh, I hear a serious who. So.
Oh, the baby.
We'll take like a 10-minute break.
Oh, I suppose this is a pretty good time for a break. Well, I'll keep going though.
All right, you guys keep going, and if I'm not back by the time you finish doing whatever you need to do without me, then
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Ogre, do you have another free downtime action you want to do?
Yes, I do. I still need a little more healing from Blend, because that collarbone is something that will cause me a lot of problems in my line of work.
Oh, you don't want to ask for a gulp of the Devil's Health Elixir?
Not for a level 1 harm when I've already got 2 ticks on my healing clock.
Alright, so Blend will try and fix up the tightness in your chest from the pistol ball that passed through you. Oh, hey. A 6.
All right. It is gone. Hooray, hooray. And then I will actually also, I'm going to go ahead and spend 1 rep from the crew. And I'm going to go visit my daughter.
Okay. Wow. Oh, man. Well, you know what? Oh, I've got to get into the mental zone for that.
Yeah.
Let's take a short break. I'm just gonna run to the restroom and come back.
All right, no problem.
And when we return, we'll do that.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, I'm here too.
All right. So, do you just go straight to their hovel in Char Hollow?
No, this time I'm gonna bring something for Syrah first.
Okay.
I'm gonna pick out a new dress for her.
A new dress.
Something a little nicer for her to wear.
Okay. Well, of course, depending upon your role, you can spend coin to improve the results. So we can, at a later point, say that that is related to the fanciness of the dress. So you're buying something for your daughter, Syrah. All right. I need you to make a fortune roll. I think this is just a D6.
Okay.
And that's a 1.
That is a 1.
Okay. When you arrive, you find the door wide open. The house in disarray. Boxes. Crates. The furniture partially taken apart and kind of pulled away from the walls. Books piled up. You find, when you arrive, not Syrah. Not, it's Mara is the mother's name, right? Your ex?
Yes.
Not Mara. But a rather handsome fellow. Annoyingly good-looking. His hair tied back with a kind of a sweatband. His shirt partially open as he kind of looks like he's packing boxes. He looks up when you arrive and kind of tenses. Oh, hi. Hi there, Timoth. How you doing?
Hi. What's going on here?
He straightens up. He says, Did you get... Mara said she was going to send you a letter?
No. I haven't gotten a letter.
Right, says Timoth. He kind of, scratches his head a little. Looks at you. He's still very tense.
Why don't you explain to me what's going on? Why she would be sending me a letter rather than just talking to me?
He says, well, I suppose I don't know if she knows where to find you.
Fair enough.
Right, so... it probably would be better coming from Mara. I'm just helping her pack. Right now. You see his body is tense. His hand is kind of resting on a it's a tool for opening crates. Crowbar.
Okay.
Pry bar.
Ogre's right hand is repeatedly clenching and unclenching into a fist at his side. But he's going to try to remain calm and just say, "Well, then, could you please go get her?"
He looks thoughtful. He says, she'll be back shortly. What time of day is it, Ogre?
Probably around midday.
Okay.
Because I would have been trying to aim for a time when he would be at work.
Yeah.
If he had a job.
Well, you actually first saw him at his job.
Right, yeah, I know. I know he I know he was with the other guy, but I wasn't sure if that was like him working for him or just kind of being a hangout.
Hang on, I'm answering some questions in Twitch chat. Just a second.
No problem.
They're asking what her scalding eyes do. Mechanically, which is primarily potency in social situations. Very powerful, but she can feel the demon, Karakon, looking out of her eyes with her. Okay. He says, she'll be along shortly. She took Sierra out while I continued packing to grab some lunch. They'll be back with food and drink, and you should join us.
Sure.
Right. So, why don't you have a seat, or maybe come back later?
Ogre will sit down on the step to the house.
He looks a little disappointed at that, but seems to accept it.
Yeah, well, he can deal with it. Ogre's showing a lot of restraint right now.
Eventually, as time stretches on, Ogre, you hear him resume packing, piling up books, a box of Sierra's toys, all the myriad things that go into all the myriad boxes. In about half an hour.
We're both here, just FYI.
You and Rose?
Yeah, she don't want to go to sleep right now. She thinks this is great.
Hi, Rose. Oh, man.
Say hi, Abba.
Rose, don't listen to this story of a broken home and torn apart by betrayal and anger.
This is a really bad bedtime story for her.
She doesn't understand what's going on. She just thinks it's funny that Abba is tiny and on the television.
Hi, Rose. About half an hour later, as the sounds of packing continue from within the house, you see from among the lights that light up the dark midday streets, coming through the press of various people walking, mostly covered in soot. Mara, standing out from the crowd carrying a basket, and Syrah tagging along beside her. Mara's face kind of blanches when she sees you. She kind of makes sure she has Syrah's hand kind of clutched with one still holding the basket with the other. She walks up to you and looks you right in the face where you sit on the stoop. And she says, "Good to see you, Timoth." But in an angry way. Syrah says, "Daddy?"
Ogre, the tension that was in Ogre's face will wash away when he sees Syrah. And he's just gonna kind of smile to her and say, "Hi, sweetheart. I wanted to surprise you with something." And he'll reach behind him and pull out the dress, or probably still in a box that he got for her.
Syrah's face, which was fearful, brightens up. Oh, and she looks at Mara. Mommy, can I have it? She looks down. Oh, look, it's Baby Rose and Kate. Hi, guys. You look awfully awake, Rose. That's not supposed to be the case.
Yeah, she, well, like I said, she's cutting her third tooth right now, so she is she's had her Tylenol, and she was like, all right, now I guess I'm up.
Mara kind of calls, she kind of says, she doesn't answer Syrah. She calls into the house. She says, "Tichette?" And there's kind of a noise from within inside, and kind of nonchalantly still carrying the pry bar. Tichette Hicks kind of walks up behind you. He says, you're back, Mara." He says, "Timoth showed up while you were out. I said he should wait and maybe join us for lunch." Mara kind of looks from him back to you, almost questioningly. She raises her eyebrows.
He's just going to kind of nod and say, "It seems like it's time that We all had a talk. Lunch
says,
seems like a good way to do it.
She says, "Oh, now you're ready to talk." All right, then. She says, "Give Sarah the dress." And Sarah's like, "Daddy!" And she runs up and kind of hugs you where you sit.
Yeah, as she hugs, I'll kind of pick her up and twirl her around a little bit.
Mara kind of watches, waiting. Tichette says, I'll clear space on the table." And kind of brings the dining room table hasn't been, or the table that they have hasn't been packed up, and pushes a couple of chairs close to it, and Mara hands him the basket, and they lay out some food, and it's actually, well, it's poor people's food, for sure. Got some mushroom gruel, but also some questionable mushroom beers. And she has 2 of them. She pushes one toward you, the other toward Tichette, who says, "Oh, thank you."
I don't think Ogre trusts himself with alcohol now.
Okay. There seems to be enough food for Ogre to at least have a snack as well. Although it's going to stretch fairly thin.
He'll just take what he's offered. He won't ask for anything.
Okay. Sierra is almost too excited to eat. She keeps waving the dress around. "So," says Mara, "you want to talk? Talk. Should we send Sierra into the other room?"
Perhaps that would be best.
She says, "Sierra dear, take your new dress and go into your bedroom and make sure that everything is packed up, okay, sweetheart? And you can change into the new dress. Just to try it on, but then we have to pack it away." And Sarah's like, "Okay." But she obediently goes in the other room. Tichette takes a swig of beer, sets it down. He still has the pry bar for some reason.
Ogre's well aware of why he still has the pry bar, but is giving him that small sense of comfort. Well, I have to say I was a bit surprised coming over to see the house in a state like this.
Mara says, "It's not your house."
No.
It could have been, but it's not.
There's at least one person who lives here that I have a vested interest in.
She raises her eyebrows. "At least one person, huh?"
Yes.
She says, "Are we going to have a problem or not?"
I'm trying very hard to not make a problem.
Good. You've caused enough of them already.
I came here to tell you that I've managed to save up a bit of money.
Congratulations.
I don't have a use for it, but I want to make sure that Syrah lives a better life than either of us did.
She says, all right. You're sensing a certain softening.
The only... Go ahead.
She says, you could have... But she doesn't finish the sentence.
I couldn't have, for a lot of reasons. But the point is that the last few months have been hard. A lot harder than I would have expected. And I'm trying to find a way out.
She says, truly, I wish you well with that.
See, you're doing that thing again where you're hearing me, but you're not listening to me. I am trying to say...
She looks at Tichette, like with this sort of aggravated expression. Tichette kind of raises his perfect eyebrows and tries to remain neutral.
Ogre's going to take a calming breath, and he's just going to say, I can offer Syrah a better life. All I want is to continue to be part of that life.
Mara says, all right. She says, that's not unreasonable, but there is a condition.
I'm listening.
No more outbursts. No more frightening me or Syrah. No more intimidation. And if your activities to get your blood money ever affect our lives again, you will never speak to her. Is that clear?
Clear.
Shet says, I don't have much to say in all this. Nor do I wish to. Unless Mara wants me to. She's not looking at him. She's staring right at you, like she's trying to stare right through you. She just shakes her head a little bit. He says, all right. He says, I am just here to be a friend. Mara says, thank you. At least someone here is my friend. Maybe more than one person. She says, you will give me the money, and we will meet you at a garden that will be near our new house. You will send a letter or a telegram or something to let us know to meet you. And we will come, and you will see Sira. She doesn't mess up the name. I did.
Yeah, I know. She doesn't know anything about Surrey.
Yeah. Well, you hope.
Yeah.
Just heard Rose yelling. You will see her there in the garden if it's not raining. And we will continue. And I will use the coin to make sure that our daughter continues to live the best possible life. She says, for now, it's not a very good day, but if you want to go and help Sira finish packing, that would be all right.
Ogre will just kind of nod and say, I'd like that. And I hope that in time we can move past treating me like a convict when it comes to seeing my daughter. And then with that, he's going to stand up and he's going to go to see Sira.
Does he linger long enough to hear what she mutters to Shet? Or is he already gone? Are you already gone?
He'll linger a little bit.
Ogre stays long enough just to hear, as he's walking out of the room, her mutter to Shet, or more to herself, but that's exactly what you are.
Okay.
You get to help Suri finish Sira. God damn it. An S with an R in it.
That wasn't intentional, I promise.
You help Sira, either Lionation. You help Sira finish packing. And she has put on the dress and refuses to take it off. And let's see how much stress that relieves from Ogre.
6.
Wow! Wow. That makes sense, because you feel like... Oh, man, you've been on the friggin' layer page this whole time.
Yeah.
I've been doing all this stuff with the images in the Vice page. Wow.
Oops.
I messed that up. I'm managing too many cameras. I was doing all this stuff with these images, like, depending on who was in the scene, I had the different image forward.
Oh.
I did not realize I had put you in the layer. Oh well. At least it's on the stream. That's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so you see the Mara denies Ogre access clock?
Yep.
Tick.
Hooray!
Alright. Ogre is not going to get any experience points from his trauma. His vicious rage trauma. Okay. Wow, 6 stress cleared. Dang. Very nice. And not an overindulge.
No.
Ogre sure relieved a lot of stress. Okay. Oh, did you have to pay for that extra downtime action?
I paid a rep.
Gotcha. Alright. So not working on the next score has cost the crew 1 rep. Just a little bit.
Yeah. We were actually completely full on rep, but we lacked the coin to go up a tier. Cost 16 coin.
Well, you did just have a big paying score.
Mm-hmm.
And also welcome all the viewers in Twitch chat right now. Hi there, folks.
Hello there.
Okay. Wow. Whew. An emotional scene. Suri, do you and...
Hello.
Do you and the very awake Rose have another free downtime action, or did you use 2?
No, I've only used 1 so far.
Alright, would you like to use your other free downtime action?
Yes, I would. I think I need to relieve some stress, so I would like to indulge my vice.
Oh boy. Alright. You go to the Path of Echoes. You engage in the cult practice of conversing with the echoes of people, ghosts trapped in bottles, lined up in seemingly infinite rows upon the archive walls.
The baby likes the sound of infinite rows.
Infinite rows. There's my smile. Okay. Are you going to, is this going to, So with your new trauma, is that going to affect the way you interact with these whispers of people long past?
Actually, sorry, don't forget when you get a trauma, you completely clear your stress track.
You're right, I did forget that. But also, don't I have to indulge it every time?
You do every time after this one. This
Oh,
time,
I see.
this time you do not have to.
Okay. Got it. I misunderstood that. Then, in that case, I would like to change what I'm doing. I would like to do some research into the job that I got from the Path of Echoes.
All right. How are you going to go about doing your research or gathering information?
I think I mean, you know, he's an historical figure. So I guess probably what I'm going to do is try to do some research into him. And see where his ghost would be likely to reside.
Okay. How are you going to go about getting that information, though? That's the information you want. But how are you going about getting it? You could dive into some books, perhaps. Archives of old newspapers, or you could try and speak with some experts. You could try to see if someone could help you perform some kind of crazy ritual to help you attune to the blood in the vial. There are a lot of different things. You could try speaking to one of your contacts, or ask for help in that area.
I think that I probably would have the most luck with trying to befriend an expert on either the lightning rail or the lightning walls, and getting some information on him specifically.
Okay, you want to research the lightning rail or the lightning walls?
Well, I mean, someone who's an expert on those things and on their creation. Sorry, goblin noises. An expert on those things might be able to give me information about him.
Okay. How will you find this expert?
Well, I'm going to hang around in the university library. And if Dredge approaches me, I'm going to pretend not to know him.
All right. So you're hanging out in the university library.
Yeah.
I don't see how that gets you what you want yet. You just hoping to be approached by an expert in this topic you want?
No, I mean, I'm going to be actively, like, trying to find one. You know, go to the university library, talk to librarians, say I'm trying to find information about this person for some research, try to, you know, I'm going to be actively gathering information.
Okay. Well, if you're going to ask the librarian for information about this inventor, where you might find that, it sounds like you're going to be making a study roll.
Alrighty, I can do that.
Okay. think this will be... I don't think this is an action roll so much as how lucky are you in terms of what information is available. So we'll say this is a fortune roll equal to your study statistic. Do you have any points in study?
I have 1 point in study.
Okay. So it's a fortune roll with 1 dice. As you browse through the university library with its many scrolls and books, although there are many books on the lightning rail and the lightning wall, the name Fanetree Kesserin does not appear in any of them. It's almost like he's been excised from the histories that you've been directed toward.
That's very strange. Okay.
Now, you can, of course, spend coin during downtime in order to get a better result. Because you just gotta fail.
Okay. Yes, I will spend coin. Is it just 1 coin?
Depends how much coin you want to spend. Each bag of silver that you hand over to the librarian may get you better results.
I will spend 2 coin on this.
Okay. That's a lot better. When you give the librarian a very good payday, this pale, almost ghost-like woman smiles and seems to change her story. She directs you instead toward a different part of the library. Not officially called the restricted section, although it might as well be. That's the librarian.
Cool.
She wears a kind of very layered set of formal robes. Part of her uniform. She leans over the counter and she says, you'll be wanting to look at Knomon's history. Uncensored.
I see. Thank you very much.
She nods in the steady electric light and directs you toward a kind of a side door that you have to kind of push past her to get to. Within, you find a cramped room, disorganized, with many different books and papers piled up. And you find Knomont's uncensored history of the electric wonders in our modern world. Only it was written 100 years ago.
Alrighty.
I'm going to need you to make a new study roll. This will be an action roll. It will be... it will be controlled. And the effect will be standard. Of course, that's if Rose lets you do anything.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Anything else I need to know?
The Devil's Bargain is... an official comes by the front desk and speaks to the librarian.
I think I would rather push myself.
Very well. You'll take 2 stress as you study this book as quickly and effectively as you can. Okay, a 4. No, and that's controlled. Okay. You are just getting... It takes you a while to find the book. And you are just getting into it, and you find the name Fanetree Kesserin, which did not appear in any of the other histories you've consulted. Nickname Bliss. But before you can dig into it, you didn't realize how much time had passed. It's been a few hours. The librarian that you paid off, whose name, by the way... is Castilla Carmera. Comes into the room, and she says, "I'm going off shift." This is Castilla. I don't know if I said that. She says, "I'm going off shift. You're welcome to stay, but you will have to deal with Ravenna, my sister. she's a bit less in need of silver. Now, I don't know if she'll want to check your credentials for entering the restricted area, but it's up to you if it's worth the risk. Do you want to leave and have me lock up, or no? Screaming.
I'll risk staying.
Oh boy.
Okay, you're gonna seize a risky opportunity. Okay. Do we need to give you a little break to go put Rose back to bed?
Yeah, I would appreciate 10 minutes.
Okay.
See if I can get her back down.
So as you go ahead and do that, we will push pause on this action of Suri's as the changing of shifts occurs with the librarians. And over to Ogre. Would Ogre like to do anything else? And how much coin are you giving your ex-wife?
So, I was thinking rather than it being a case of like me straight up giving her coin, it would be more like I would give her access to the investments that I'm using in my stash.
Huh. What if she takes all of your stash?
She would be very unhappy with that, or with the outcome of her attempting to do that. But yeah, it's kind of a case of,
well,
this is Ogre's retirement plan is, paying for Suri's life, or Sira's life. Now I'm doing it, dang it.
Bad father. Changing of the shifts of the librarians, ironically, syncing with the shift of changing Rose. Very true. I guess, how much coin are you comfortable with her taking out? Because they're, living in poverty, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, so Ogre has 12 coin in his stash right now.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and it's enough that if he retired, he would have enough so that he could live in a decent home, or a decent house.
Yeah.
So I guess I'd probably say that I'm willing to probably start with just 2 coin. But as things progress, that will probably increase.
Okay.
And so that's also kind of the reason that I'm not just like straight up giving her bags of coins. This is a way of saying like, this is not for right now. This is for Sira to make sure that, she has what she needs. But it's not like money to be spent on groceries unless there is a dire need. Because it goes very quickly if you use it that way.
I'm starting a new clock.
Okay.
Mara takes out coin. So she will be taking coin out of your investments to pay for various things for Syrah. Including groceries.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with that question answered, Suri is studying. Blend has been off doing following their own insane adventures. Dredge is consumed with something he saw in the journey, functionally alone, in the dark canals under the city, the ghost canals. What does Ogre want to do with himself? Yes, a lot of good things have happened after that score. Although it went really sideways.
Yeah. I don't know. Ogre doesn't really have much of a life outside of paying attention to Syrah and doing things for the crew.
Does he want to do something for the crew? Look into any scores, perhaps?
Potentially, actually, you know what? Ogre's probably not the right person to do this, but he would want to talk, because I'm kind of have this strong suspicion that based on the position we're in right now, we might want to use our next crew level up to get patron, which halves the cost of coin to go up tiers.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm thinking Ogre might want to have a conversation with the Unseen about them potentially becoming our patron in that regard.
Huh. That's interesting.
So he might start laying the groundwork there.
That's an interesting, does it say, what it means by patron? Because usually, that would refer to, a lord who buys your stuff or something.
Yeah, let me pull up what it says. It's not super clear in that regard, if I remember correctly. But
let me check the rule book as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Patron. Yeah. All it says is when you advance your tier, it costs half the coin it normally would. And then the kind of story thing, or story prompts are, who is your patron, why do they help you? And so just kind of creating a position of kind of giving the Unseen an opportunity to invest in their relationship with us.
Yeah, I'm just thinking because, you're talking about basically the most powerful criminal organization.
Yeah, I know.
And normally, a patron is a single person who's rich or powerful. Not necessarily a lord, but it could be a barrister or something.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, maybe it's not even the Unseen themselves. Maybe it's just the one member of the Unseen that we've been dealing with.
Mr. Raven.
Yes.
Interesting. I kind of love that you help the Foghounds, and then you're if they're looking for a patron, you got a patron first. Making Mr. Raven a member of the Unseen that you normally... I mean, the Unseen, their thing is that you don't know who any of them are. And they're just kind of this massive secret force. But Mr. Raven has been unusual in that he has taken it upon himself to at least have a moniker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so giving him an opportunity to invest more personally in our relationship, and, you know...
And he did hire you guys for your very first job, which was transporting an artifact that you had not bargained for the power level of.
This is very true.
The death urn.
Mm-hmm. And unlike most of our jobs since then, that one went off without a hitch, by and large.
Interesting. So is this a long-term project? Or are you trying to get information about it?
I guess it's up to you whether it's something that would be considered a long-term project, because, I mean, in theory, we could just, like, once we level up the crew, we could just take the skill up.
Yeah, but normally I would say to you, the patron you can get is this one.
Gotcha.
You know, it wouldn't be like you guys being like, oh, well, we want it to be this specific dude.
Yeah.
So you're kind of saying, well, I want our patron. Welcome back, Sori. I want our patron to be that guy. And I'm thinking that kind of makes sense because you just did work for him or the Unseen on this job. I think that might be a long-term project though to kind of.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that
kind of relationship.
You know, I'm not super invested in it being him specifically. It's more that I'm just kind of wanting to lay the narrative groundwork as to why we would have a patron all of a sudden if we did take that.
Well, I'm just saying it could be him, and that would certainly be. Let's put it this way. If it's him, then that is a really powerful and interesting ally. That comes with quite a lot of benefits beyond him forking over a large amount of coin. Although I am hearing what you're saying in that maybe the Unseen confirming you as associates are just like, and here's a bunch of coin to help you guys kind of raise your profile. Interesting. I'm not sure that you need to do anything. I'm just saying, I'm just kind of thinking about that.
Okay.
I see what you're saying, is that narratively it just might make sense. So, could you explain to Kate real quick what you're thinking of doing?
Yeah, so it was just that, you know, given where we are right now with the crew, like we actually, before Ogre spent a point of rep on clearing his stress because he was really desperately needing to, we were actually already capped out on our rep, and so we are right now 1 rep away from becoming tier 2, but we are like we're like 12 coin away. So,
right. Okay.
So given that we're getting pretty close to leveling up, I was thinking it's a fairly decent chance that we decide to take Patron as our next crew upgrade, which halves the cost to go up in tier.
Interesting. Okay.
And so I was thinking that it might make sense for Ogre to kind of start making some overtures to Mr. Raven, the kind of our contact with the Unseen, for him to be that patron.
Okay. Also interesting.
And so whether it happens, you know, right now, or if we level up tonight, then maybe that's just how it happens. If we decide not to do it right now, then we've laid the seeds for something later. But that was kind of what my thinking was.
That makes a certain amount of sense.
So describe to me how Ogre goes about doing that.
Yeah, so, this would be him, asking to set up an appointment, not just saying, hey, I need to talk to you as soon as you can kind of thing. This is not an urgent call. So definitely want to meet him at a point when it's convenient for him, and, just going through all of the proper diplomatic channels in that regard. And then Ogre would basically just kind of do his best to lay out for Mr. Raven, the success of this most recent run, or this most recent score, and some of the other things that we've done, and that essentially we're on the cusp of becoming significantly bigger. But we could use some help in reaching that next plateau. And if you were to provide that help, then that would certainly not be something that we would be likely to forget.
When you make this overture in person, our camera is jumping to the near complete dark of the meeting room, with strange draperies hung all about, and Mr. Raven playing with a deck of cards in one hand, watching you from behind that mask. As your voice trails off, finishing your overture, the gloved hand kind of pushes a card expertly out from the middle of the deck. He holds it out toward you. You can barely see him in this darkness and his flamboyant costume. Are you going to take the card?
I will.
You pick it up and peer at it in the near darkness. It is an elaborate ace of spades. And he says, a voice emerges from within the mask. Oddly enough, the voice seems a little bit different than the last time you remember it. It's hard to put your finger on exactly how. The costume looks the same. It says, "Good sir, but one more thing remains to be done, and you will no doubt be confirmed as associates of the unseen. That will be a propitious day for all our fortunes. You have done well for us in the past. I see a bright future. I think he inclines his head, and the feathers kind of dangle toward you. I think this relationship bears a great deal more thinking on. But you have everything going for you.
Well, I simply wanted to put the offer on the table, and as always, we appreciate your consideration and your time, and we look forward to the day when the unseen can more formally confirm us.
Indeed. And if I can be of assistance in extending your influence so that you may indeed attain that status, I shall certainly look upon your requests with great favor. Leave a message at Clinchamp's Dice Game on Justice Street. That would be an excellent way of getting in touch with me about this in future.
Excellent.
And remember, Ace is high. He stands up and leaves the room. The Taikarosi butler, smiling with his shark teeth, escorts you out politely.
Okay. As he says aces are high, Ogre will respond with, "And spades are trump."
There's a pause, and you can't see him. His back is turned to you. He's wearing a mask.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't help but feel that somewhere under there, he's smiling. With the card, you leave, and yeah, you can definitely, if you guys get that, can have Mr. Raven as your patron, which is delightful.
Awesome. Well, yeah, that's all I had.
Okay. Cool. I liked it. Dang it, I've only got Ace of Hearts. And it's not a very high quality image at that. Oh well. So that was it for Ogre, I guess. Suri, we are coming back around to you.
Indeed.
Okay, well, we are almost at quitting time here. So, Suri, let's have you, as her twin sister takes over the shift. You are going to have to deal with her somehow. So when she says Hello, I don't know you. Can I see your credentials? What are you going to do about that?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look at her with my new eyeballs.
She feels uncomfortable. You can see... that Castilla's twin sister, Ravenna, her greatest weakness, and you can see it with your scalding eyes as they melt away the mask that we all wear, the mists of personality that we all put on so that our inner self doesn't appear. And you can see it almost like an extension of her physical self, this metaphysical quality. You can see as your scalding eyes bore or burn into her, that her greatest weakness is her fear that she has wasted her talents and cannot rise any further in an official capacity in her career. That's Ravenna's greatest weakness.
Okay, well, when she comes to ask me for my credentials, I say, Suri kind of looks disappointed and says, "No, I don't think that it is worth my time to stay here much longer. Unfortunately, the previous librarian was unable to help me as much as I had hoped. I am regretful not for myself, but for my patron. We had so hoped to find the information that I was researching, but I suppose it is not to be found."
She says, "I'll still need to see your credentials. And who is your patron?"
"Lord Penderin."
She cocks an eyebrow at that. So I assume you are trying to manipulate her somehow.
Yeah, I'm trying to probably make a sway roll or something.
Okay. Go ahead and do that. This is going to be risky. The effect, which would have been standard, will instead be great, as you mention the name of an important personage with whom she would probably very much like to be associated. Laying that temptation in her path is going to raise your effect. It's going to give you potency.
Ooh. Do I have a devil's bargain?
The devil's bargain is that success or fail, she'll try to follow up with you about Lord Penderin.
Probably don't want that, so I'll go ahead and push myself for a bonus die.
Okay. Oh
Hello.
My God.
Wow.
Do you have a theme song for Suri?
I don't. I guess I need one.
Oh my god, this effect is beyond great. You just got a critical.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it turns out this librarian is an expert. Things. No, happy to divulge all of that info.
She's my best friend now. We're getting married.
The only thing I'll say is, as you are using the knowledge that these scalding eyes gave you, your eyes are unwillingly tugged to the side, and they run like an insect up the spine of a nearby book in this restricted section, the title of which appears to be Wolf Without Desire.
Interesting.
And you feel a great temptation to put down your research and go and look in that book, but you are tugged back on task by the enormous result you just got. Can you guys go a few minutes late?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. You... Holy crap. She says... oh, and her expression kind of shifts. Lord Penderin. Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Can I perhaps assist you with your studies?
I would hardly...
He's a very great patron of the library, as you know, and of course, many of these works would not be preserved without his influence.
Oh, I could hardly presume to take someone of your title away from her position at the desk. I would hate to interrupt your work.
Oh, managing librarian is... Well, yes, of course. It's no trouble at all.
If you happened to know anything, I'm looking into a particular person who it's very difficult to find information on. He seems to have been erased from a number of the books, and I am unsure exactly why. But it's if you happened to know anything about Thane Tricestrin, an inventor of the lightning rail, I would certainly appreciate any help that you were willing to give me.
Absolutely. Let me pull a few books off the shelves here. Only too eager to help. She practically is falling over herself. She's like, yes, what you've got there is a good start, but I think that you might find... you might have some luck with these. And she pulls out a couple of kind of moldering birth and death records.
Interesting.
She says, everybody is born. Everybody goes through some official channels in their lives, and if it's an inventor on the lightning rail, well, there's certainly going to be records on him. But if he's hard to find, they might only be in here. She dusts those off and sets those down with you. Let me get you some better light, and would you like a drink of water? I don't know how long you've been here.
That would be wonderful, thank you. Yes, I've been here for hours.
Of course. Of course. And don't worry, I am on shift for the rest of the night. I can make sure that you aren't disturbed.
Thank you very much. This is more progress than I've been able to make on my own all day.
Nice. Okay. Finally, you are left in peace to read the entries and to gain the benefits of your study roll. Which, with this incredible effect, we are going to add +1 effect to that as well.
Yay.
Good night, Grimslag. Thanks for coming by the stream. Okay. You get a ton of information. Having not done too amazing at first, you have pumped it up. Faintree Kesserin was known as Bliss. It was his nickname on the team. You find an entry written by kind of an associate researcher, part of the team. Some notes taken on the various projects. It looks like all of this was meant to be destroyed. Any notes pertaining to the lightning barriers.
Interesting.
But there's some entries here about Faintree Kesserin, who heads up a particular team. He's called Bliss because he's always talking about how the goal of every creature is happiness. There's even a description of Faintree's. It mentions in this kind of notes on the project that although he has a cold manner and he is extremely intelligent and absolutely a genius that rivals even some of the incredible advances that come from the Emperor himself.
Wow.
That in particular, even talking about the Immortal Emperor is something of a no-no.
Yeah, no kidding.
He mentions that he's a huge man, and his size has worn down his knees, so he uses a cane. And he's always, it mentions he's always tapping on the legs of my chair with that damn cane.
Interesting.
He mentions that Kesserin always plays the game quite well, preferring to handle his kind of political maneuverings outside of the lab and in it with subterfuge. He's a very subtle man. But it reads in one line, when it comes to new technology, he is a visionary, triple underline.
Alright.
Radical views for the future. It's only his extreme intelligence that prevents him from getting in trouble with the higher-ups, I think.
Fascinating.
In the same file, you find a note written by Kesserin himself. His handwriting is... it looks printed. It's immaculate. But you realize it is handwritten. You don't quite understand what it's talking about. Some kind of notes on some piece or part for the workers who will be manufacturing something for the electric barrier. For the lightning rail, using technology from the electric barrier. He calls it the electric barrier, not the lightning wall.
Right. Okay.
There is a bit of talk about a courier. Apparently, Kesserin, being a subtle person and very afraid of his research and his team's research getting leaked to those who, to basically anyone else other than direct agents of the Imperium. He makes he talks he talks a great deal with that courier, Pritchard.
Okay.
And he's always giving that courier Pritchard things to put under his long coat.
All right. Interesting. Well, I guess I've got to find this courier. I am also going to take the note that is handwritten.
Oh, you're just going to try and steal it.
Yeah, I am actually.
Okay. Well, considering what just happened with your sway roll, Ravenna is not going to stop you.
Amazing.
Awesome.
You,
Nicely done, Suri.
when you leave that room, it sets off a magical alarm. She says, "Oh, have you got anything from the room?" It lights up on my desk.
I pat my pockets and say, "No, I don't think so. Perhaps something is stuck to my shoe. I can wipe my feet if you like."
Oh, she says, "You know, it hardly is ever used. Probably the magics are fading. You might mention it to to Lord Pendrin, that we could. He's such an expert. Perhaps there's something he can do."
I will be sure to let him know. And thank you again so much for your help with our research.
Of course.
If I have further questions, I'll be sure to ask for you.
Of course. What was your name again?
My name is Suri.
Yes, Suri. I'm so sorry, I forgot.
It's no problem.
All right, Suri. You have a wonderful day. Or night.
You as well.
All right, and she smiles as best she can as you leave. And that is where we are going to end tonight's session. So let's do some XP.
All right, that was a lot of fun, guys.
Yeah.
A lot happened. More happened after the score.
Yeah.
Isn't that always the case? Although the score went really sideways.
Yeah.
And was very dramatic. And there were definitely some build-ups towards some consequences.
Mm-hmm. Suri accepting the demon eyes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they've been amazing so far, so I have zero regret.
And the fact that the demon is also seeing everything you're seeing.
I mean, like, yeah, okay.
Doesn't seem to bother her.
How does this come back to bite me?
If you say so.
All right. Okay. Let's do XP. We just had a long scene with Sori, so let's do Ogre's XP first.
Sorry, you broke up a bit.
Let's do Ogre first.
Oh, okay. Alright, so you addressed a challenge with violence or coercion. Yeah, so I was definitely being coercive towards the, towards that blue coat. With the heavy threat of violence if he did not turn over the prisoner.
Yeah. That's definitely an experience point.
Yeah, I don't think he actually did address any other challenges, which is very unusual for him.
Well, indeed, but you know what? But it's not that unusual. I mean, he did get 1 XP for it.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, you expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I definitely feel like that came up with the conversation with Karakhan, of the fact that like he didn't even bat an eye with with that temptation of just kind of emphasizing the fact that he's learned a lot of hard lessons about people who come to him bearing gifts, and just kind of not trusting people at face value, and if an offer sounds too good to be true, then it probably is.
Alright, I buy that. Basically, kind of utilizing his resolve. Not to
Sorry,
be
say that
tempted.
again?
Kind of utilizing his resolve not to be tempted.
Yeah. And then you struggled with issues from your vice or during the session. The trauma definitely did not come up. He struggled very hard to make sure that the trauma didn't screw things up for him.
Wow, I mean that was an intense scene.
Yeah,
Whew.
That was a pretty crazy.
I'm still
one.
like kind of emotional over it, honestly.
Yeah, but he was definitely struggling with issues with ice to the point where he's now basically like giving up his stash over time to make sure that he can continue to indulge that vice.
Right.
When the kid was going to be taken away.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. He definitely spent some, and opened himself up to spending some more resources, for the vice. So, yeah, I'd say that struggle with the vice. If that's what you're saying.
Yeah. And that's it for Ogre.
Okay, let's do Suri.
Alrighty.
Suri, what experience points, triggers do you have?
Okay. Oh, wait, I forgot. Didn't I have a desperate roll? I forgot.
I'll go back and look. You do the other ones.
Thank you. You addressed a challenge with deception or influence. Yeah, I mean, deception, I mean, at least, my sleight of hand in the score, and then also, like, using influence with the librarian, and kind of, like, even trying to, like... I don't know. I mean, that was just kind of her whole MO tonight, was just, you know, the guy who they rescued, and even when she was talking with Karakon, even though I'm not totally sure that she got the best of that interaction, she still was, like, trying to be very subtle with him. Yeah, so I think that was pretty much her, like, that was, like, everything she did.
So take 2, then.
Expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Again, I think that was... actually, I would argue that I get 2 points for that, too.
Oh.
For several reasons. Taking the deal with Karakon and just kind of being fascinated both by exposing herself more to the supernatural, and also with, you know, getting access to things that will enable her to wield power and influence over other people. She's definitely, like, she's just has absolutely no qualms about using this new supernatural power she has, despite she knows where it comes from.
She accepted the dark offer because of her beliefs and drives.
Yes. And also, she had an opportunity to talk to the arsonist guy, or whatever, the blower-upper guy. I don't know what the word is for that, but
the revolutionary.
Yeah. And I'm not sure that anybody other than her particularly cares anymore about that crab thing being blown up. But she's very interested in that crab thing being blown up. Despite the fact that she no longer has her psychic wound. She's still plotting about that.
Interesting.
Even though that was healed.
So she kind of pursued that line purely out of kind of a need within her to somehow make that creature that should not exist go away.
Yeah.
It makes her uncomfortable that it's down there waiting in the giant glass tank.
And then finally, she spent her downtime doing research into the Vice. So I would argue that she actually spent a lot of time on her...
Well, you also got a trauma.
And I got a trauma. Well, yes, there is that, I suppose.
Although I didn't feel that like the trauma didn't really like affect her. Like she didn't fall into a reverie or dive into you know, some kind of reliving past horrors.
No, not this time, but she did.
So take 2 for beliefs and drives, and take 1 for trauma, for vice rather.
Okay.
Cool.
Nice. All right, let's do the crew.
Okay. Executed a successful espionage theft operation.
I don't think it was any of those, right?
We stole a bunch of stuff off of the people, and also the whole point was that we were sabotaging the Blue Coat patrols.
Oh yeah, sabotage it is. Take 1 for that. So the stealing was incidental. I mean
that's true. That's true.
It made you a lot of money, but it wasn't the point of the score.
Yeah. Contend with challenges above your current station.
Well, yeah. You are not on the level of wanting the whole weight of the blue coats to come down on your head, nor the Spirit Wardens, which you've been doing a lot of dealing with as well.
Yeah.
Bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one.
Oh, man.
That's a good question.
I mean, based on the fact that we got 5 rep for accomplishing that, I feel like that's definitely bolstering our reputation.
Yeah, but the rep is the reward for that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reputation is, were you wild or were you crazy and or weird?
We stole a blue coat boat and took it
crazy.
Down. Yeah.
Yeah, we stole a blue coat boat while framing the spirit wardens.
Not so much crazy, not so much weird as crazy.
We also unleashed a ghost in our getaway.
Yeah, but
yeah, you know. that was less us though.
All right. Take one for the crazy.
Okay. And then express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew.
Oh boy. Well, you did strike a dark bargain with a demon.
Yes.
Also, I mean,
and this time Dredge wasn't even in.
I know. And what was the other thing, sorry?
Well, in terms of like goals and drives, like the whole this whole mission was around that. Like, it wasn't for money. It was just for like ending the war with the Foghounds, screwing over the Spirit Wardens, screwing over the Bluecoats. Like, it was all revolved around our personal relationships and grudges.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah.
As great as the money for this mission was, as you said, it was incidental. It was not our goal. I was actually expecting us to not really get paid all that much for this mission.
Yeah, we really didn't even ask about the money or anything like that when we came into it. It was all just for resolving these other relationships we had.
I buy it. Take one for that.
All right. Well, that is exactly enough for us to level up.
Oh boy! So you get a patron.
Yay!
So Mr. Raven is going to pay you in future.
So we each get 3 levels of stash.
Wow.
So you guys are... Oh my god, 3 levels of stash.
We are loaded.
Mm-hmm. It is not a small amount of money.
Okay. Wow. So you guys are tier 2 now.
Not yet. We still... So right now the crew has 3 coin.
Right. You didn't go up in tier. Yeah.
Yeah. But now it'll be a lot easier for us too. We probably will after this next job, assuming that we get even a little bit of coin out of it.
Right. Wow. Okay. Wow, that's quite a session, guys. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, that was awesome.
No kidding.
All right. So, yeah, we're gonna mark the. You're gonna add the patron ability to the crew sheet.
Yep, I already did.
Wow. That's amazing. Who is your patron and why do they help you? Mr. Raven, and because you've worked together quite a bit. Alright, interesting. Alright, guys. Well, we're gonna call it for tonight. It's late. Thank you to Twitch, Viewers, thank you, Man with No Screen Name, for coming by. Thank you to anyone who watches this later. Thank you for everybody who came by. We will be turning this off for now. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Kate. You guys are amazing. It was really fun.
Yeah, thank you for running the game.
Absolutely. And, yeah, to those of you watching this, I will be running a D&D game tomorrow evening, so come back for that. And that's all. So we are signing off. Good night.
All right, good night, everybody.
Good night.